Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the crappy chill lo-fi. Cheap Asian, Vul, Lemur, Brian, and Asamiya, thank you for being here. It is September. You know what that means. Do you want me to give you the positive spin on September or the snarky spin on September? It's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. Why do the trolls? So. Guys, just last year, because I updated the command earlier today. Come on. I have a hair on my tongue. Just last year, it was 30% off all new subs and resubs. Now it's 25% off new subs, nothing off of resubs. Gift subs are only discounted for the last 5 days of the month. So, yeah, save your gift subs for September 26th. It was good while it lasted. Literally every year since they've been doing this, they just cut back the value of September. Like, it's just consistently, like, relatively linearly, like, just decreasing. Oh. Oh my god. Also, it's 25% off 3-month subs, which is really no different than first-time subs. Unless you convert. Dude, it's like the only way. So they list out all the things. It's not like I can't understand it. I think I'm a relatively smart guy. But it just, what you see, it looks like a lot, but it's really, it's really not very much. Speaking of subs and resubs, Koala, thank you for the 12-month resub. What is up? 1 year anniversary. I'm sorry it wasn't discounted. Yeah, it's like I don't really care all that much, but really hard not to have. I mean, still, I can't care so much about like September. It's just I just thought it was funny because I forgot what the things were like for last September. But again, the command was saved, and so when I updated it, I was like, oh god, okay. But yeah, look at the. Oh my god. It's like it actually makes it really difficult. It makes it difficult to sort of market. I'll show you what I mean with this not black screen. Okay, because these are the things you have to tell people. It's like new 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month recurring subs, but 1 month and 3 month are 25% off, and 6 month is 30% off. If you upgrade your Prime sub to a 1 month, 3 month, or 6 month, you get one of those discounts. If you upgrade a gift sub, it's one of those discounts. If you extend your 1 month sub and it's already a recurring sub, but you make it a multi-month sub, then it applies. If you extend from 3 months to 6 month, that applies. Multi-month subscriptions upgraded to monthly subscriptions upgraded to multi-month subscriptions. That's the same as this. And then if you upgrade the tier, so it's just not the easiest. This is not the easiest thing to like put in a command or to just say quickly. That's why I said just click the resub button and it'll show you. It used to just be 30% off subs. Like, oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna play some music. Jesus. Oh God, Twitch. Side effects may include nausea, heartburn, upset stomach, diarrhea, abdominal pain, slight dizziness, loss of appetite, depression, suicidal thoughts, or death. Oh, okay. That is, you're right, Callie. What's up? Certainly J.S. Bach. And indeed it was. Yank, thank you for the Prime sub. How are you doing? And Kazi coming in all excited. How is it possible to play on guitar? This is the easiest movement to play on guitar. Could be better. I feel you. Yo, what's up, Blackberry? Quick visit today. Gotcha. I mean, this thing has, man, this whole thing is crazy, but it works. And speaking of things that, speaking of keyboard pieces of Bach transcribed for guitar, dude, I still feel like I have like a hair in my tongue. I'm almost done with the first movement of the French Overture, which is the longest of the movements, but and again, I went through everything. It is all, that first movement is all definitely workable. I'm getting a little used to and a little more comfortable with making changes to the score. Things like shifting the register of notes to make the voicings better for guitar, to make things just work. For me, the ultimate thing is it's better to have it. If you had to choose, this may sound weird. If you had to choose being closer to the original or sounding more like it's what Bach would have written, if he did the transcription himself, this is the one I choose. And that may sound strange, but that means sometimes dropping notes and changing the registers of things, and it moves you farther away from the original, but it sounds more correct. Which is a little strange to... You could probably analyze, I mean, you could always find some reason why something is. If it is that way, it is. Right? So, but what I can say for sure is, like, I've listened to and played and studied and all sorts of, a lot of stuff by Bach, and like, my ear is a very good indicator of like, man, this just isn't right. If I make changes and move it farther from the original, it actually sounds better. So it's not as simple as just going, oh, here are the notes for the keyboard. Let me just write it in a single staff for guitar. It's just not that, but. So yeah, I have the first like 5 minutes out of... I've seen people do the whole thing in 25 minutes, sometimes closer to 30 minutes. It depends on the tempo and stuff. But it's somehow all possible. I'm more scared... of the movements that come afterwards. They're not as like fast. There aren't as many notes, but they're just it's hard to describe. It's like there's more character to the fewer notes that there are. So what I mean by that is, you know, this keyboard, these are all very French. And you get something like this. This doesn't have all that much really distinct character. When we get into this thing and we go... It's a lot of just, this is the bass. Here, this is the bass. It just keeps going. I'm speeding up. That's the bass. There's like not as much going on as when you get to the actual dance movements. This is the bass for the Allemande. Um, and it does this like. There's all sorts of stuff going on. There's these things it has a lot of character. This courant, and it really should be fast. Dun, dun. There's more going on. And this rondo is my favorite. Like it just gets crazy, in a different way than the opening part, which just seems like it would be the craziest. So those are the ones I've yet to actually like really try to figure out, and so it's a little those are a little scary. No, so these aren't the French suites, although I love the French. God, I love. This one I'm playing right now is the second keyboard partita. It's originally in C minor, but C minor doesn't really work for the guitar, at least for this. And there's the Capriccio here, which it has this. Yeah. It's ridiculous, but I've seen it done. I've seen multiple people play this. It's possible. It's possible. And I don't see the French overture or overture in the French style as really being notably more or less difficult than any of this stuff. Also, so Blackberry had said too, I was trying to sort of go through this point. Consider adjustments to accommodate the possibility of being able to play the part while remaining sensitive to the composer's original intent. It's easy to spiral quickly into nonsense. Yeah. So you have to make some decisions and try to get into the mind of the person. That's why I put it as like closest to the original, or be like, what would Bach have like? You can try to go like, what would he have done? Like get into his mind and go like, what do you think if he had to make this decision? What would he have done? What's on the shelf? This is what's on the shelf. My name, Rafi, in Armenian. The first two Legend of Zelda games. In the middle is Chrono Trigger. So these are some of my formative and favorite games ever. Below that is a bunch of my skateboard tapes. Not of me, but just growing up, the VHSs I had. The Three Stooges, Homeward Bound, some of my classical guitar DVDs and CDs. Below that is the Jesse motif from Jacob Collier's multiple albums, just entitled Jesse, Volume 1, 2, 3. It's then there's next to that, well, Mr. Johann Sebastian Bach. Then there's a salt lamp. Below that, some books. I can't go through all the books. And below that, which you can't see, down below here are a bunch of music textbooks. I chose a lot of this stuff just to give a wide variety of just some things that I like, both music and non-music related. A box of Thrasher magazine? No, but I had a box of Transworld magazines. I never actually subscribed to Thrasher magazine. I would pick some up just sort of randomly, but I actually still have them in my closet. I have like 1,000,000 pounds, just stacks of Thrasher magazines. Or sorry, not Thrasher, Transworld magazines. Like so many. Oh God, man, my mind was so absorbed like with skateboarding for so long. I was gonna say you guys have no idea, but you may have some idea because it shows up with everything I do in my life. So I'm an obsessive person. I just obsess by my very nature. And boy, was that an obsession. Like, so here's something kind of random, but it's not really random. This is just speaking of transcriptions and pieces by Bach and stuff like that. So there's this lute suite. Well, there are a few of them, actually. And no, it's the other one. The other one in A minor. I always really liked this double. And what that is, there's a jig that ends it, and then there's a double. And so when you do these doubles, they're just entitled double. It's based on whatever came before it, but essentially twice the speed. I'll show you what I mean in a second. You're packing, so excited for what vacation? I feel like you told us. Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, that's a. That's right, Michigan, Michigan. What are you gonna be doing in Michigan? Like, why Michigan out of all the places in the U.S.? Why not Rhode Island? We have beaches and food and water and shelter, running water, electricity, roads. Um, so this Jig, let's take this beginning part. Your boyfriend lives there. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's about as good of a reason to go anywhere. Can you? That's a fairly good. Yeah, I mean that's maybe the best reason. Try out for the Detroit Red Wings. Oh, Kazi, I didn't know you played. I didn't know you played hockey. What's up, Thaldor? You met on Twitch, so I'm gonna be honest, guys. Look, honesty is the way through life. I deeply believe this. There's some humor to what I'm saying because I always try to put it. I don't like ever being too serious or just purely fun. Okay. Honesty is the way through life. People make jokes about Twitch being a dating app or not a dating app and all this stuff, but like, I can't in good conscience say to people, like, dude, there's all these guys on here, and they think they're just gonna like, they have these, they think they're gonna find a girlfriend, who's a streamer, and they're just gonna like, they're gonna do this stuff, and all of a sudden, next thing they know, they're gonna be dating, and then they're gonna get married, and blah blah. They think this is gonna. It's like, I know so many of those stories that are actually, like legit, and so it's like, and there's nothing, wrong with finding anyone that way. It's just I've had lots of let's just say close relationships with people that happen like that. It just happens when you spend your time somewhere, whether that somewhere is just the online space, whatever it is, at work, maybe you're in an adult dodgeball league, whatever it is, you're gonna be connected with people. See, Kamari, you met your girlfriend on Twitch? Too bad she didn't meet you. Oh no. Seems to be a lot of single guys on Twitch flirting badly. That's true. Is that like Alexandra? Maybe the X's are an E and an A. Alexandra the Second. So created a new. Whoa, just now created. What do you do on your channel, so to speak? So to speak. Well, I'll say it. I talk about Twitch as a dating app. I rant about my dislike for the way the platform is run. What else? Oh, I guess I do music too. See what I said about humor and seriousness? Okay. Yeah, I can tell you what I don't do on my channel, so to speak. Wear pants. All right, take care, Thaldor. Thank you for joining in. Oh, okay. So we have this double here. Okay, we're talking about this loot sweep by Ba. Amy is the real MVP here. What is up, Amy? Can you guys hear the similarities? That's the first measure. And here's the first measure. Can you hear it? This is almost like the same thing. They do overlap. They perfectly overlap over each other, by the way. So you have this. There's a lot of notes. And what happens here, one of the things that can happen when you have more notes, when it comes to counterpoint, when you have more notes, it kind of gives you more freedom too. TOO. The way in which that freedom sort of manifests itself is like this section. When you have a bunch of notes running like this, okay, that's the bass. And then above it, also, Alex, I'll get to that question in a second. You're allowed to, it allows you to play notes together that wouldn't necessarily sound as good together if it was just moving really slowly. Okay, what does that sort of mean? If I did this, it was just moving slowly, like... Okay, anytime two notes landed together, they fit together as part of a chord. But if you go like... Let me do a simpler one. If you just do something like that, now at one of the strong places, these two notes were played together. That doesn't sound very good on its own. It gives you this freedom to play notes that together don't sound as good. So let me play some of these notes together. Those are fine. Those are fine. Those are actually the exact same notes we had here. Like literally the same notes. That doesn't sound right. That sounds fine. That's not good. That's not good. That's weird. That's weird. This is parallel fourths. Uh-oh. I'm taking points off of his test. Oh my God. 3 parallel. Oh no, wait a second. 4 parallel fourths in a row into, oh no, into a major seventh. This dude, who is this dude? Johann Sebastian Bach? This dude sucks. This dude sucks. After the stream, I'm taking you off that shelf. Okay. when you play it fast and cleanly, when you play it correctly, you get some of the most awesome you get some of the most awesome stuff. What's the okay. I've never worked on this before, so let me find someone who actually plays this and you'll see what I mean, because this gets back to, there's a reason for this. BWV 997, as if someone's gonna really not be playing it on guitar. Okay, we can do Drew playing this. Ready? Oh, it's not that way. It's coming up. Okay, here. Okay, so I remember one of the first times I heard that, I was like, that is the sickest thing I've ever heard in my life. Not one of the sickest things. And so what I noticed, it took a while, but I noticed that in the cello suites that people play on guitar, the violin sonatas, the lute suites, all of that, there's something very special about this movement. You get this type of counterpoint that I had only really ever seen in things like Bach's keyboard works. But you get this really dense, incredibly technically difficult stuff here, and it's just so good. So why did this originally get brought up? It's because these new transcriptions, the thing I'm trying to do in this, keyboard partita that I mentioned before, are full of this. They're just like, it's so densely packed with this kind of stuff. So instead of 1, 2, 3 measures, this is literally just 3 measures. You get this. It's just like this little, all of a sudden out of nowhere, you get 3 measures of this, like, it's just so crazy. It's so sick. This. You start getting whole movements that are like this, large sections of pieces, just like strings of minutes long of like this, like the craziest counterpoint. And this is something my mind really likes, which may be a weird way to describe a thing. But what I mean is, nothing seems to grab my attention quite like this. It's just, I can think of some reasons why it would be. It's not on purpose, right? You don't choose what you like. You don't choose what you're drawn to. But like, holy shit, I can't get enough of this type of thing. So I'm really excited for these transcriptions. I want to start doing some really focusing on a lot of these new things. I feel like they're helping me level up a bit. They're just they ask so much of you technically, like on a technical level. You just have to it just makes everything else seem so simple. Like so simple. Not easy. It's not like the easier stuff doesn't become trivial, but it's like it's just not the same. And so when you're like flooding yourself with something incredibly demanding, and then you go back to something different, you're like, oh, okay. And so this stuff. Even hacking away at like sight reading it is still, I can still feel how much more it just like this stuff is much easier to go through than like the again the thing I've been trying to transcribe in this keyboard partita. I mean it's just like on a whole other level. And for good reason. I mean this is playing music written for keyboard instrument, so like it's to be expected. But yeah, like Brian said, BWV 997 is the best. It's one of my it's so good. Okay, Alex, if you're still here, how do you come up with creative ideas? Do you usually jam around till something catches your attention? The simple answer is yes. This is probably the most important and most difficult thing to tackle in music, on a larger scale, on art, than just on a larger scale in life. What does that mean? It means you can tell someone how to practice something physically. And if they spend enough time doing it properly, they're bound to basically sort of be able to play anything. Technique is incredibly straightforward. Theory, as strange and, as strange as it may seem when we talk about this stuff, that is actually really straightforward too. The thing that is so tricky is that is like, what do you do with technique and knowledge and all this stuff? When I talk about improvising, it's just the most important thing. It's just the strangest thing too. Trumpet and other instruments. You do practice and chatting on Twitch? Nice. Dedekind. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I can tell you what these like chords are, and you can learn what these chords are. But how do you make yourself think to play them? So this is what I try to tell people. Dedekind? Kind? That's it. So what would that mean in German? Because I know Kind is like child, like, right? Or at least the root of it in some way, like kindergarten. Hello, Doku. How are you doing? Kind? Oh, it's just a name. Okay. Kazi's German. People Nation. Interesting. Also Deutsch? Ja. Doko ist Deutsch. Äh, was ist das? Kind? Uh, okay, so how do you if you go, so now you have, theoretically, you have the knowledge of every chord in the world and you can play every set of notes possible. Well, what do you do? What the hell do you do? Maybe you can arbitrarily pick a key or something to start in. This is why, if you guys notice, I mentioned, Hallo Nachbar, hello, Hendry, did you make a new account, or do we happen to have a second Hendry here? So what you can do is, so there's multiple ways to approach this. So one of the things that is coming up is BlackBerry saying you can just wiggle your fingers. I mean, you can just play random stuff. That's why some people are like, you don't need any theory, even if you change the definition to just having theory mean not even formally understanding, this stuff, but just like having some system. You could do it with no system. You could just be like, you could just. People do that a lot. I feel like that's the classic singer-songwriter thing. It's just like, which is why people go like, I don't know any music theory, but I use all, major chords, minor chords, and dominant seventh chords. It's like, oh, what did you just randomly stumbled upon those notes? It's like, you did not just, so you just do this and you just play some chords. You've seen them in a book, and the way they're laid out in the book tells you nothing about how the chords relate to each other. It's just like D major, D7, D minor. Okay, great. Those chords are, D minor has nothing to do with D major and D7. You get C major. You don't get anything else. You get G major in some form. E major, E minor, E7, all this. Well, not. And so people just kind of like put them together. They're not going like, okay, I'm in A minor, and if I do this, I'll walk up and play G major in first inversion, which is the 5 of C major, the relative major in A minor. And D minor, which is the 4 chord, over to E major, which is the 5 chord. There's nothing you can do about that. So here's the thing. BlackBerry saying it holds true for a vast number of artists he's worked with, so you're in good company. This is the thing that I feel like gets lost so much, and I try to be careful with this. I try to be clear because this distinction is so important. There's a difference between judging someone's work based on how they came up with it versus giving someone instructions on how best to come up with a song or something like that. So there's a key, incredibly, incredibly important distinction to make. When I'm trying to help people out when it comes to understanding music, playing music, writing music, what I'm trying to do is go, this is, as far as I can tell, the best way for you to get a grasp on this world, that world being music. It is not it is not a judgment on the process. It's not a judgment on the results. So you can't go, well, I know a bunch of theory and I know exactly why I wrote this. It's like, well, it sounds bad. It sounds bad. Let's just use that as an example. I don't really like saying something sounds good or bad, but whatever. It's like you can't just justify your way into, art. And the reverse is also doesn't work. Someone can't come up with like something genius and go, well, you didn't know as much as I do when I wrote my shitty thing, so your amazing thing isn't as good as mine. Right? So that's not what this is. This is a way to give someone a good shot at expressing themselves. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. It's why I really try to fight back when it's like I'm trying to show people about ways of understanding music and someone goes, well, this person did it without understanding. It's like, I don't care what someone did. If they did something in a not optimal way, I'm not going to go encourage someone to do something in a difficult way when there's an easier way to do it. A way with more control and structure and understanding. So that is like super important to realize. Oh, incoming ad break. Ooh, this is new. They're starting to tell you before the ad starts. Okay, this is actually great. Thank you, Twitch. Sometimes Twitch does stuff that's nice. No, I can't play the RuneScape thing. An ad's about to start. It'll be 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll be back after. If you subscribe, the ad will not show up. It'll just magically disappear. But for those who are still going to be here, well, also it's September. Ha ha ha. You get all these crazy benefits. All right, that's 2 T's. Galia, what is up? Oh, maybe she can't hear me because there's an ad going on. I think. Is there? I don't know. It is also birthday month. It is my birthday in 5 days. All right, take care, Blackberry. How's it going? I still can't. I'm assuming if you're asking a question, then you can hear me. It's going all right. Nope, no ad. Okay, I don't understand how Twitch works. It literally just okay. I don't know. That's not the first time that's happened. So I'm about to start school on Tuesday, which is gonna be crazy. Oh, now there should be an ad. Now if there's not an ad, then that's weird. Stream's lagging. I wonder if it's on any of it is on my end. No, it should be ad now. Yeah, okay, now there's an ad. What is this sound I want? So here. Maybe the instrument matters. Because I feel like it should be like. I'm trying to do like a cha-cha-cha All right, we're back. What's the thing on my guitar? This is a guitar support made by Sagework, and it attaches on with magnets that you place in your guitar, but it is totally worth it. We're back. Um, so this was all. I don't even know if the person who originally asked this, Alex, is still here. But okay, so you try to come up with these systems. You try to build up your technique so you can play what's in your head. You try to understand systems of organizing music so you can, well, clear up what's in your head to give you a better your technique a better chance of having it come out. But where do the ideas come out? Where do the ideas come from? No one knows this. I don't know this. No one knows this. This is like, why do you think things? Where do your ideas and thoughts come from? It's the exact same thing. Like, we don't know the. There's you can kind of look at the way people behave and get some insights into this. You gotta sub, Percy, or you gotta sub, or donate or something like that. We can get some insights into it. There's things like, well, things you've heard before. It would make sense that you play something like that and it triggers something in your mind to, whoop, there's now this pathway of like expectation of something afterwards. So if I just go like, and just sort of play this out of nowhere. Now you've taken a completely blank slate and you've influenced something in some way, which may spawn some expectation to go to F minor in some way. What would be the so no is I've never done that in my life. And so what's happening here? It's the same thing as like where your spoken or written or thought up thoughts come from. And if you don't know where they come from, then it sounds, like there's no hope. It's sort of like it's somewhat fatalistic, but there's hope. There's hope. And this is what you can do. You can bombard your brain with as much stuff as possible. And even better is to actively absorb what you're bombarding your brain with. And even better than that is attempting to reproduce, to break down and then reproduce the things that your brain is bombarded with. Because then what happens is, if you're going to have this chain of ideas or thoughts or whatever pop up, you can create this dense map of sound in your brain and allow for more possibilities of ideas to potentially come up. And this is why if you're used to hearing, for example, if you've never heard a chord like this, it's going to be difficult to it's going to be difficult to even hear it in your head, because we don't hear just notes like out of context. In a certain sense we kind of do, and some of us more than others, but like you don't just hear these notes. And the more notes there are, the less you just hear the individual notes. And so if you're used to doing this, if you're used to just hearing fifths and octaves, well, oh shit, what are the chances you're gonna play a dominant seventh chord with a flat 9 and a flat 13? It's just like the chances are very, very, very low that at least this will even pop into your brain as an idea of something to play. And then, like what Doku said, let's say it does, or someone else plays it, or you think about it, or maybe you're fishing around for notes like we mentioned before. You're just like, these are probably the 4 notes that your ear will be like, these are correct notes. Anything outside of it is not correct. And it's because your ear has heard this so much. But if you're like, okay, you've now heard this, like one of these notes probably sounded wrong to some of you. But if you can hear it and you can absorb and make sense of the sound of a dominant chord with a flat 9 in it, and maybe think about what could come after it in some way. Whoops. Or these different things you can, well, then when you play it again, you love classical music, you guess the mainstream stuff is programmed, so you need to deprogram. Well, you don't need to deprogram anything. You just need to add some more stuff in. So you'll have you just need to add more stuff in. You don't need to take anything out. Because it's good to have like a really strong fundamental, it's good to understand the simpler things. Like I try to tell people, it's good to just be familiar with like, What's up, Johnny? It's one spicy chord, and they get spicier, and you can make it spicy. I mean, you can. This chord could go all the way up to what do we do? This like this. So now we have a sharp and a flat nine, but like it would. But you can do. But having. You you don't want to get rid of that, and this stuff helps. This is like you could think about it as a less dense map for other things to then fit onto. So you can just continually make it more dense, continually add more and more and more and more stuff. And the act of doing that is going to be your best shot at, you could say, coming up with creative ideas. I mean, that's part of it. There's sort of other philosophies around it, but there are things like don't stop yourself from thinking and feeling certain things, which is to say, like, if an idea comes into your head or whatever, if you feel or think something, just like at that moment, just let that out. And that aids in you sort of getting into, I don't want to say a flow state because that refers to something else, but kind of getting into a flow of like allowing whatever these things are, wherever they come from, to just pop into your mind and come into existence. On different tunings to learn an instrument, I need some clarification because I've never connected those two things. Meaning, like, in order to learn this instrument, you should tune it differently, is the way it sounds like, but I don't think that's what you mean, though. But that's what my brain's doing with it. This also has to do with interpreting music and stuff like that. This is like, if you think of something, this feels like, golly, I don't know if you're still watching or listening, and you know, if you're lurking, you want to keep lurking, that's cool. But I'm semi-directing this at you because I know you specifically have a lot of experience in this realm of, like, that is classical music and its tendency to be heavily rooted in tradition. You know, a lot of people take these approaches where sometimes it's like, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt do this, things like that. And I tend to think a lot of the time it seems to be the way the message is maybe conveyed, if I give people the benefit of the doubt, but that tends to stifle creativity to a certain degree in my mind. Thou shalt not use vibrato when playing Baroque music. It's like, why? I know why people say it, but okay, so you wanted to learn a song, but it's supposed to be played in a different tuning? Then, I mean, you can learn it in that different tuning. Especially if it really needs to be in that different tuning. I play in different tunings actually quite a bit, but it's usually just one different tuning, and that is to just have this E string tuned down to D. We haven't done these pavans in a little bit. Would I consider Telemon to be Baroque? Absolutely. He does pitch bending and weird sounds. Do you have any examples? This is so freaking beautiful. These are some, so this is Spanish Renaissance vihuela music. Vihuela being like a predecessor of the modern day guitar that you see. It basically functions the same way. With a slightly different tuning, speaking of different tunings, but this stuff can just be played in standard tuning here. So these were written, or these were published in 1536. So almost 500 years old. Baroque era folk music? I've never associated Telemon with folk music, but all right, more of these pavans. Can I sing something sad? Oh, sad is what I do best. Sad is what I do best. And again, you guys can request stuff. Here's a song list and stuff. It just costs $1. And if that's too much, don't know what to tell you. St. Patrick's Andro on guitar? I mean, maybe. I can't really do it right now. Although we could maybe incorporate it into something like this. Hey, what's up, Al? How's it going? How do I retain so many songs? There's a few ways to respond to that. One is that I'm reading the music here for these, but there are some things I have memorized that I haven't actually worked on or really done anything with, looked at the music in just years, and I seem to just never forget them. Some things I forget. But a lot of the times, once I've learned something to a really strong degree, it just never seems to go away. So if I'm trying to be as sort of honest and accurate as possible, I'd say, whatever form of memory that is or something, I seem to have a relatively good memory. But remembering this stuff isn't always as straightforward as one may think. There's muscle memory to it, but something that helps out a lot. This helps out with reading. It helps out with listening. It helps out with memorizing. It helps out with play. It just helps out with everything. And that is the more I develop my ear and all these things we talked about before, it all feeds back in and helps this stuff out. So whenever I'm playing something, whether the music's written down or not, I'm still hearing it before I play it, as if. So it's still. And what this means is that my brain's not processing individual notes. That's wildly inefficient and takes up a lot of memory. It's the idea of being able to compress and then unzip files. And the better you can do that and the faster you can do that, the less processing speed is and storage is necessary to store and to compute things. Um, so we can think about this as E, G, B, G, or we can think about it as an E minor chord. And that this goes from G, the third of the chord. It's going to actually, two voices are going to sort of swap, but so we can look at this whole thing as is actually just going through the circle of fifths, although it's actually fourths. E minor to A, D, G, and then this cadence here in D. So 5, 6, 5, 1. A, B minor. Well, it's G major in first inversion. Although this does happen. A cadence is, roughly speaking, how you end a phrase. So that's this. Or it could be, or it could be something as simple as, or, what modes were popular during the Baroque era? Well, they started to move away from modal thinking into more actual, like, key-centered tonal thinking in that way, so that you're actually in. Oh, how come it didn't give me the warning for the ad? Like, I don't even think Johnny's can hear me anymore. Well, sorting out the different parts is oh god, it's a lot to get into, and the steps needed to then reproduce it on the instrument. I mean, you have to be able to hear and understand the thing, but then you also need the physical ability to play it. And if both of those aren't present, then the end result of you being able to play it doesn't end up happening. This is a sad Renaissance song. Yeah, this is a sad Renaissance song. Also Spanish. Different composer. It's not Luis Milan anymore. It's Diego Pisador. And it's from 16 years after. What's up, Ghost Boy? How do I keep my nails for guitar playing? I'm very careful with them. And in terms of having them not get worn down, I put glue on them. Super glue. Specifically, Loctite, the only glue I trust for my nails. Actually. do need a sponsorship. I wish I had a larger following so that I could have sponsors care about me. Holy. These questions aren't stupid. I play with a combination of my nails and my fingertips. So the first thing that comes in contact with the string is just the skin, so that it doesn't make a clicking sound. So here's the skin. Here's a nail. But it has to be so close to the nail. It has to be at the spot where it's far enough away that you don't hit the nail first, but close enough so that once it hits the skin and then pushes in just slightly, because your skin's squishy, now it's in contact with the nail. So that the string rides off the nail. I probably shouldn't. Without making this clicking sound. Here's it too far away. You can hear the nail audibly smack into the string. Here you can't. Flesh is better. It's not in the realm of better or worse. Overall, you have to think about aspects of the sound. So, the sound you get from using your nails is louder, just objectively. It's just louder. You also have more tonal variety. Whatever possible tonal variety you have with just the flesh of your nails, or the flesh of your fingers, you just... It's not like an opinion. There's just more with your nails. The only thing is, if you just like this sound, then you just like that sound. It's not in the realm of being better or worse. I tend to, I personally dislike this sound. The one that seems, I'm tempted to say counterintuitive, is that you actually get a sweeter, rounder sound with your nails. Yeah, there's more clarity to the nails. It's really just, man, again, it's just a whole load of benefits to use your nails in this way. And the other thing is, we even looked at the sound. We actually looked at like the sound waves when playing. You think your flesh is soft, so therefore the sound is soft. Now it is in terms of volume, but the sound is actually very bright and twangy. And it's actually much rounder and sweeter when you use your nail. You just can't produce this sound. Stab someone with my nails? No, they're actually not sharp at all. I'm more likely to scratch someone with these nails, which are incredibly short, because these are actually smooth and they're buffed and shaped in a particular way, so they don't actually... I also, to preserve my nails, make sure there's a lot of stuff I just don't do with my right hand to make sure that doesn't happen. For a rake? No, see, I don't use them for anything. I I don't want them to break, and I also, the smallest little imperfections in the nails come out in the sound, which is why I have so many different types of sandpaper and stuff like that to make sure they're perfectly shaped and smooth, or else the sound just disappears. And for me, the charm of the guitar disappears entirely. So this is more Spanish music from the Renaissance, but now a third composer. Jeez. It's a coke. It's a cocaine joke. What's up, bad girls? Also, if you'd like to help support the stream, it's September. Look at how well this is working. Oh my god. Thanks, Twitch. Oh my god, the incentive is crazy. This is so crazy. I'm totally not being sarcastic at all. Not at all. Not even slightly. Zero sarcasm. Actually, speaking of sound, let me do this. I gotta do something with this nail. It does not sound right, and it's making me go crazy. But yeah, if you'd like to help support the stream, and if you think the stream provides value in some sense, speaking of, so this nail file has different edges of different roughness. I gotta make sure it's a very specific angle here. This one's a little less coarse. Yeah, if you'd like to help support the stream, I just paid a $10,000 college bill. So if you subscribe, that's $2.50 chipped away at that bad boy. Be there in no time. No, I don't have a nail emote or nail file. If you're new, first time subs are 30% off. Oh, whoops, 25% off. That was an actual mistake. They were 30% off last year. Speaking of subs, Aries resubbed last stream. Aries, thank you again. How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Usually when I do usually when I do goals like that, I get depressed because they don't get met. Especially, I also don't know how comfortable I feel about doing a $10,000 donation goal, but I tried to do it for rent, and yeah, it didn't really work. You can have a game night, nice. Start small, yeah, but that's the goal. Meaning, like, that's the cost of tuition. So I can't relate. Look, we'll put it this way. Well, actually, there is a donation. There is a sub goal. 297 out of 350 subs. Because we were almost at 350 last stream, but it dropped down considerably. Because that's streaming. One of the many reasons why it's terrible for your mental health. Especially when you're not very successful. So, but if you'd like to chip, there you go, there's a goal. 350 subs, and I'll play a bunch of music you never heard before. There we go, that's better. So, sounds reasonable? Well, I can't even reach that, so that's what I'm saying. So, but there you go, 350 subs. It's down below the stream. Anybody? It's one of the reasons I've become so burnt out on streaming. It's just asking for stuff over and over, and the majority of the time not actually getting, well, anything. If that makes like that. It's like, it wears on a person, I promise you. Again, if you want to help support the stream, subscribe. Especially if you're a new sub, it's 25% off. You can't put it on the screen, but it doesn't need to be on. It doesn't need. It's just. Look, I guarantee it won't change anything. I have an idea. How many subs do you think I'll get if I put it up on the stream? Thanks, Doku. It's a genuine question. How many subs do you think I get? Because we could make a bet. No, by the end of the stream. The thing is, things are so inconsistent on Twitch. It's too hard to. You can never know from just like making one change if that's the thing that. Well, change stuff. Sometimes you can tell, but that's very rare. It's usually pretty extreme. Because here's the way I look at it. What if I put up a sub goal here, and then nothing happens? What do we do? If that makes sense. Keep it. But what if it doesn't do anything? Well, lots of people do lots of things. I'm just trying to tell you. Look, we used to have. I did this for a bit, but it literally will only. I was doing this for a bit, just 10 subs, and it did nothing. And some of you go, well, wait, I remember when that happened. It was because of literally one person. So if that person's not here, it doesn't do anything. Watch. So yeah, if you guys want to hear me play more than just guitar music, 10 subs. Did the 350 go? There's no one subbed, which is not true, but they can see the subs down here. This is just for the day. I can't I can't do a lower sub goal and then also a not sub. That means someone needs to subscribe. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Oh, one went to TB. Our Belgian friend. Anonymous, I don't know who you are. Sometimes I know who Anonymous is. In this case, I don't. I actually have no idea. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. That actually automatically pops things over to this. All right, now people are free to request anything on the song list. Press !SL to look at the songs. I will sing. I can't offer any more than this. You now have about 300 songs spanning 600 years. Okay. It's $1, 100 bits, or a sub. Seems like it worked. All right. seem to work. It's a little actually frustrating. You may be like, wow, why would you say that? Because it's like I had it up for weeks. And no one was doing anything. It seems like the only time, well, the time I get the most support is when I complain about stuff, which I hate. Hey, Huma, it's the same question of the day. I couldn't really think of something different for now. Hey, Eva, what's up? How's it going? It's been nice to see you back doing the streaming thing. Bonjour, Shunpi. Hello. I like how you end up using that, like, because that is exactly where I got this emote from. Whoops. Whoops. Which, no, not say. A. It's exactly where I got this emote from. Disney movies, they just have such good animation. It's so expressive. 'Cause there's also that one and this one. Good luck with the goals. All right, thanks, Aries. Enjoy the game night. Good luck with the gaming. That 3D, that CGI stuff is, we've looked at that on stream multiple times. It's actually a crime. It lacks expression. It's the exact opposite. The cartoon lions are a million times more expressive than the stupid CGI ones that are they just look like lions. It's like, great. It looks more realistic, but also not really realistic. But it's closer to being realistic, right? It's not drawn. But they just have straight faces. like this gets exactly into the whole like part of what we were talking about earlier, and what I talk about all the time when it comes to music, writing music, interpreting music, all this stuff. The goal is to express something. It's not about being as accurate as possible. Like, great, more accurate lions. You know what's not expressive? A real lion's face. Like, yeah, maybe there's, obviously there's going to be subtle things, but it's, because creatures express themselves in different ways. But, like, it's a Disney movie. It's a Disney movie. It's not supposed to be a documentary. So, like, you give up expressiveness for the thing looking more real. It's like, great. What was your goal? To make it seem real? Why? You gave up expressiveness? It happens with the way I interpret music. My goal isn't to do a documentary on, music from the Baroque era or something. It's to be as expressive as I possibly can and to specifically express myself. My goal is not to pretend to be a musician from the 17th and 18th centuries. If it was, I wouldn't even be playing. This instrument didn't exist, so I don't want to hear anything about period practice when you're holding a guitar like this. I mean, you can consider period practice, but don't mind me. I'm just rambling. Okay, we still got that. All right, the stream is open to. Again, you can request any song you want. Any song you want. He wanted to make it look more realistic. Great. Well, goal achieved. Hey, Lil, how's it going? How have you been? Just done cleaning. Maybe a guest will be here soon. Maybe. We've moved from Spanish to English Renaissance, for those who haven't. Well, for those who are curious. Okay, so to request something, I gotta ask for either $1, 100 bits, or a sub, or gifting a sub or something. I gotta ask for something. I know it allows you to request things, but that's just because there's no other way to get around it. Hey, Huma, thank you for the 200 bits. Also, if anyone stops it, if anyone's like, I hate singing, I hate when people sing, the human voice is the worst invention ever, then you can do something about it. If we get to 5 subs, I'll cut it off and there'll be no more singing until more subs come up. Marco, hello, good music, thank you. Thank you, and welcome in. TurboTax, what the? Dude, why can't I search? Oh. I could do it on the keyboard and do it like it might be. You try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. Tears come streaming down your face when you lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you. High up above or down below, you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you're worth. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you.
down your face. When you lose something you cannot replace, tears stream down your face, and tears stream down your face. I promise you I will learn from my mistakes. Tears stream down your face, and lights will guide you home. I will ignite your bones. I will try to fix you.
There's something similar to that. There's something it's somewhat similar to Circle of Life. Not anymore.
Circle of life, and it moves us all through faith and hope.
Wait, that's not. That comes after the next one.
Faith and hope, till we find our place in the path unwinding, in the circle, the circle of life.
If you guys want to hear more singing, you can do that. Just check out the song list. It costs minimum $1. That's all it takes. So Huma, thank you again for the 200 bits. And again, if someone wants to get back to guitar, They're like, I can't stand this. You can, if we reach 5 subs, the singing will get closed off. But Huma cheered another 100 bits, so right now, Huma controls things. Why do I have these multiple things on? Also, if you're looking for lessons, I essentially guarantee I can help you with whatever it is you're looking for. Like, it's super easy to sign up. You can do the entire thing online. That sounds so off. God, I haven't done this forever. Jesus. Now, me from a few years ago. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I gave myself the strumming pattern. Thanks, past me. What else? It says to play in C, but didn't Type Delete say she liked this better in A? Breathe. Everything is gonna be alright. Smile. It's either that or breathe. Everything is gonna be alright. Smile. The sound of clarity. Because I think this is actually. Breathe. Everything is gonna be alright. Smile. You know the universe is on your side. Seems like everything is trying to bring you down. What do you guys think? Should we try it in the original key, which is that, or down a 6th? I guess we could really play it in any key. It could be like this. I was gonna breathe. Everything is gonna be alright. Smile. You know the universe is on your side. Seems like everything is trying to bring you down, but it's starting to change. Can you hear that sound? There's no need to destroy my hand with excessive barring. So this is actually written by another Twitch streamer. The first music streamer who ever rated me.
everything is gonna be alright. Smile, you know the universe is on your side. Seems like everything is trying to bring you down, but it's starting to change. Can you hear that sound? The sound of clarity, when you know you're in the right place at the right time. Hear a melody as the world is trying to whisper these subtle signs. Feel the love all around you. It's never been a better day to feel alive, feel alive, feel alive. Pause, close your eyes and feel the weight lift away. Don't be afraid to throw your hands into the sky. Dance around, let it outside. It's finally time to live your life. Do you hear that sound? Do you hear that sound? The sound of clarity, when you know you're in the right place at the right time. Hear a melody as the world is trying to whisper these subtle signs. Feel the love all around you. It's never been a better day to feel alive, feel alive, feel alive.
What's up, Nad? John, needgod.com. Hello. Welcome in. Huma, thanks again for the 100 bits. I forgot how part of it went. I mean, totally. Jesus. All right. Dude, how come Twitch is not giving the See you? Wait, are you leaving? Is that what you... This is gospel. Here, let me do another one of these. Thank you for the bits, though. Again, if anyone wants to jump in and jump in. Okay, I guess we can do this. See, Doku? I told you. Those 10 subs, that was a fluke. Man, I wish September incentivized at least gift subbing in some way and not just the last 5 days of September. I feel like I should charge more for these songs. God, but people already did. Guys, I don't know what to do. Michelle, what's up? Hello there. I'm not saying they're not awesome. Man, I cannot express myself. I feel like I can never express myself in life without, I feel like perpetually misunderstood. It's so frustrating. Hello, Orifice. I try so hard to like clearly choose my words. It just, fuck. This is supposed to be like a pretty high energy song, but I don't know if I don't feel like I have very much energy.
This is gospel for the fallen ones, locked away in permanent slumber, assembling their philosophies, pieces of broken memories. Oh, 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 oh. They're gnashing teeth in criminal tongues. They're gnashing teeth in criminal tongues, conspire against the odds, but they haven't seen the best of us yet. If you love me, let me go. If you love me, let me go. 'Cause these words are knives that often leave scars, the fear of falling apart. Truth be told, I never was yours. The fear of falling apart. This is gospel for the vagabonds and ne'er-do-wells, insufferable bastards, confessing their apostasies, led away by perfect imposters. Oh, 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 oh. Don't try to sleep through the end of the world. Bury me alive, 'cause I won't give up without a fight. If you love me, let me go. If you love me, let me go. 'Cause these words are knives that often leave scars, the fear of falling apart. Truth be told, I never was yours. The fear of falling apart. The fear of falling apart. The fear of falling apart. The fear of falling apart.
Thanks for the claps. And thanks, Bum. I'm glad you like my voice. I think it was Doku who asked about singing. I took voice as a secondary instrument in college for 2 years, but if in my estimation, the thing that helped me out the most with singing is just copying sounds my entire life. So that could take the form of people's accents, just impressions of people, characters' voices from cartoons and stuff like that, weird sounds, just any sound you could think of, and then also instrumental works. I mean, they're essentially exercises to try to sing something that's things that have leaps and arpeggios, weird sounds like, I mean, just God, I don't know. Anything. Well, this isn't maybe so much singing, but, well, I like it's not super accurate, but it's as close as I can get to like a fireball from the original Super Mario Bros. This is weird sounds. I'd have to think about the sound. I'd have to think about it. French accent, that's right. There's many different French accents. But yeah, if you're trying to sing along with something that's like, again, meant for an instrument and maybe it goes like that, that's essentially just a whole lot of vocal gymnastics because it's not meant for the voice. So Yeah, in that sense, singing the notes. Except that and then even stuff like that happens. Like I just sang that I didn't know exactly what he was going. Doing those things are almost impossible. Whenever there's like but yeah, at least trying. It makes you do things you shouldn't be doing with your voice. It pushes the extremes of the range up and down. It asks of your voice to do all sorts of stuff. Maybe I can work on something. Except this. Does that happen twice? No. So that's the intro. Let's see. First part comes in. So this first section only has like a couple tricky things. There's like this can be a little annoying. Which you can look at as F sharp augmented. but then it goes to E. It's a little weird. It's like, or you can think of it as F sharp going to B minor because this thing's modal. It's essentially A Dorian. Hello, Mr. What are you? Oh, Mr. Piano Man official is 21. Buy him an orange juice. Happy birthday. Whenever it's someone's birthday, you get a special custom happy birthday. Except I don't see the actual raid. I just see the raid messages. Oh, it says manual raid. Okay, gotcha. Also, where is Mr. Piano Man? Welcome in, everybody. I don't want to play new account. What? You can't rate. Okay, weird. And good night, Doku. Thank you for being here and hanging out, keeping me company. You were, I think, #1 active chatter this stream. Mr. Piano Man. Well, how about this? I'll do this. I'll assume Mr. Piano Man. I mean, Mr. Piano Man just followed. So, we'll do this. And if they miss it, you can. Oh, you can't clip it because I don't have VOD. Or no, you can clip it. You know, I don't know. Whatever. Happy birthday, Mr. Piano Man. Congrats on 21. May you drink as much as I did on my 21st birthday. Jean-Michel, thank you for the resub for 8 months. What is up? If you would like to request a song, let me know. Kazi, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, was that going towards this? Oh, was that going towards this? Kazi, welcome back. From lurking. Yes? Wait. I can't tell you, sure? Okay. Alright. From walking the cat. Nice. Lillian, thank you for the 300 bits. Ask for the same song. Hey, whatever. It's once a month. Whatever. It's... Wait. Is it Una Limosna? Is it Barrios? Right? No. Alulabi. You must take a forked horn. I don't know if you can still see, but take care if you can still hear me. Wait, I know what this. God damn it! You're gonna say it, and I'm gonna. Oh, I know. I should know this. Discovering thanks to Mr. MV. I haven't seen him in a while. What's the song? Remind me of this. Okay, I give up. You're gonna have to tell me the request because I just can't remember. Also, Hype Train. And right now it's September. It's September. So you get a difficult to explain set of benefits. If you click on the resubscribe button, it should be somewhere below my finger. It should give you the details. I swear, is it not this song? But it doesn't quite feel like, is it? Or record this? Why am I feeling I'm feeling tremolo. What's the... In the meantime, I'll do some other Barrios, if that is the... Dude, Jean-Michel, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Do you want that now to go to this? Also, what the fuck? Why is this bit? Why are these? Thanks for the claps. Tweet, confit. Popipo tout petit. Key for some reason. So if we do this, okay, so what are we doing for? Also, Jean-Michel, did you want the subs to go to this? So if someone wants singing, 5 more subs, and singing you shall receive. You don't know what it means? It'll mean in 5 more subs, it'll make it so people can request more than just guitar stuff. Ce qui rêve. Yeah, it has been a little bit since I sang that song. Privyet. Ticket to Hawaii, how are you doing? Dude, Al, thank you for the 5 gift subs, and I know you're not a fan of gift subs. Or I know you're not a fan of subs. Well, Kazi, now you can do that if you like. Suck it. Oh, damn. Dido's Lament. Oh, shit. Shit. Holy shit. Someone asked about sad songs before. You want sad songs? I'll give you a fucking sad song. You don't even know sad songs, bruh. You don't even know. You don't even know.
create no trouble, no trouble in thy breast. Remember me, remember me, but forget my fate. Remember me, but forget my fate. Remember me, but forget my fate. Remember me, but forget my fate.
Al, thank you again for the gift subs. Yeah, so what this it's a constantly switching sub goal so that things are essentially up to certain people in chat. It's what gets played ends up being based on well, people who want to financially support the stream. Hello, Maddie. Thank you for the claps. It can be a little difficult to try to keep track of this stuff. Shit, where are we? And I think Kazi essentially requested this. I sort of took it as a request. That's what it seemed like to me. Happy? I'm not sure I understand. Not so much. I mean, maybe there's some things, but I tend to, how do I put this? When I express myself with music, it's usually not happiness that I'm expressing. It's not always something negative, but pure happiness and joy seems to, I don't know. Oh, definitely things with energy. classical seems sad. I mean, not all the time. It could be. I mean, there are plenty of things in major keys that are like very upbeat and stuff like that. And I like it. It just depends. I don't know. It depends. I'm not really sure how to put it, but.
Mes nuits blanches ne sont pas blanches, à peine claires, semées d'étoiles, petits trous. Dans la toile étanche, triste strass sur la voile. Et m'envoûtée de ténèbres, je passe des heures infinies. Oh.
I'm trying to think if I should do it in this key or do it up. Original is G sharp minor. I can't do it in G sharp minor.
Mes nuits blanches ne sont pas blanches, à peine claires, semées d'étoiles, petits trous. Dans la toile étanche, triste strass sur la voie. Et m'envoûtée de ténèbres, je passe des heures infinies à compter les moutons funèbres qui tapisent mes insomnies.
Unless I just do it all in my, like, a huge part of it in my falsetto and we do it live.
Mes nuits blanches ne sont pas blanches, à peine claires, semées d'étoiles, petits trous dans la toile étanche de triste strass sur la voie. Et m'envoûtée de ténèbres, je passe des heures infinies à compter les moutons funèbres qui tapisent mes insomnies. Minuit est là. Je ne dors pas.
You know, I'm gonna do this so my hand doesn't explode again. This is the original key. I never did.
Blanches ne sont pas blanches, à peine claires, semées d'étoiles, petits trous dans la toile étanche, triste strass sur la voile. Et m'envoûtée de ténèbres, je passe des heures infinies à compter les moutons funèbres qui tapisent mes insomnies. Oh, minuit est là. Je ne dors pas et moi je dors et plus je pense et plus je pense et moi j'oublie l'immense impasse, l'espace immense qui s'étend au fond de mon lit. C'est une nuit, tous ces silences qui la cosmique s'ennuie. Dois-je recourir à la science, anesthésie et l'insomnie? Minuit est là. Je ne dors pas et puis passé minuit, je danse au rythme des tachycardies. Et tu s'emballes et tu balances et tu m'étales et tu me fuis. La lune est enfouie en peurance. La vie est une maladie. Ceux qui rêvent ont bien de la chance et les autres ont des insomnies. Ceux qui rêvent ont bien de la chance et les autres ont des insomnies. Ceux qui rêvent ont bien de la chance. Quant à moi j'ai des insomnies. Ah, minuit est là. Ah, je ne dors pas. Ah, minuit est là. Ah, je ne dors pas. Je ne dors pas. Je ne dors pas. Je ne dors pas.
There's a. I don't know how happy it is, but. Je n'avais jamais ôté mon chapeau devant personne. Maintenant je rampe et je fais le beau quand elle me sonne. Is that the song you're talking about? You're not making. I mean, you could, right? I mean, you gifted a bunch of subs, so you're more than welcome to. And thanks, Al. It has a sweetness to it. That was one of the things I liked about it. But you could still get a little more of that harsher sound, especially if you. It's just a little boxy, more boxy than I'd like. That's just because it's not, the body's not very big, so. Also fair, I never said hello. You're welcome, Lil. Wonder if there's some happy dancing songs. Most of them end up being Renaissance tunes, or like Renaissance or Baroque dance music. Oh, Raspberry Jimmy, it just did. If that's you. If that's you. Because I just got the notification on my phone. And thank you for the 4-month resub. Would you like that to go towards this? To switch over to classical guitar? Let me check here. Okay, this is from you, yeah. I don't know much about music theory, but could you please play and explain tritones, the devil's interval, back in the Middle Ages? Sure. I've heard mixed things. In terms of this interval. What the? Okay, so for those who don't know what Raspberry's talking about is this tritone. Why is it a tritone? Good question. These are referred to as tones. Essentially, if you're thinking about the white keys when you skip over a black key. If you go to the very next note you possibly can, it's a semitone. So half of a tone. This is a whole tone. This is a tone. So from here to here, it's a tone. From here to here, it's a tone. If you play 3 tones, tritone, that's 1, 2, 3. The distance of 3 tones is a tritone. 1, 2, 3. So this is called a tritone. Now this interval is very, 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 very special. Very special. It splits the octave in half. Okay, that's not really all that special. But this, a whole note and a whole step. Well, yeah, a whole note refers to rhythm. So a whole note is 4 beats. If you're in 4/4, for example, if you're in 4. A whole step is this. And this is a half step. The exact same, it's just different words to say a whole tone and a semitone. Same thing as a whole step and a half step. They're literally just the exact same thing. Which is why a whole tone scale is this. A whole tone, then another whole tone, another whole tone, another whole tone, another whole tone, another, and then it repeats. Okay, so what's so special about this interval? It's incredibly dissonant and tends to want to resolve. It's also, if you think about it, so result, or, okay. What we need to think about too is that to think about another special interval. 2 of them. I mean, really 1, but 2. So, and this has to do with how we perceive sound. For humans, octaves are so similar that we essentially just consider them the same note. In fact, it's incredibly difficult, without any point of reference, to know if this is 2 C's or just one really full C. Now you can see, here, that it's 2. But this is part of what makes an organ sound like an organ sometimes, is that when you're hearing an organ, you're almost never hearing just one pure note. So now if I do, what the hell is it? Now this is a whole bunch of C's. There's like one down here. This is a whole bunch of C's. That's part of what why an organ sounds that way. Okay. The next interval that's closest to that, but not to that extent, is the 5th, the perfect 5th. Every culture around the globe, every human seems to be drawn to this interval and this interval as these stable intervals. Oftentimes they can be drones, and as you. It doesn't matter what, like. So, I mean, it's so common. It's so it's just that, and also pentatonic scales. The idea of 5-note scales, but predict. Yeah, because hemi-demi semiquavers, quasi hemi-demi semiquavers. I can never actually remember them. I mean, I kind of can, but it's not intuitive. Well, it's not automatic for me because I never used that terminology. But also, you were saying, Jean-Michel said it's just how you press the button, right? I'm not sure I know what that was referring back to. What was I saying? Okay, so this fifth is really important. So if you think about different modes, and the church modes are sometimes referred to as like the medieval church modes. One way to think about it, even though that's not, this stuff is, it's way more complicated than this, but we'll just think about it like this for a second, just for simplicity's sake, is if you were to have a set of notes, and you have these 7 modes, where you play the notes starting on a different spot. This is one mode. That's another. And so on. One of these modes is different than the rest in a way that all the other modes share something. This one of them doesn't. This mode, if you start here and you play 5 notes up, you get a perfect 5th. The Ionian mode. In Dorian, you get a perfect 5th. In Phrygian, these are just the names of the modes, you get a perfect 5th. Lydian, a perfect 5th. Mixolydian, a perfect 5th. Aeolian, a perfect 5th. Locrian, you get a tritone. And if you don't have a 5th here, a perfect 5th, things start not feeling stable. Having this be a place of rest, it just doesn't feel like a place of rest to anybody. I mean, you can try, but it just tends to not feel like that. So that's one thing about the actual mode being used, and then also intervals. So for a long time, people were just they were just using one note at a time. It's where you get this chanting stuff that everyone thinks of when they think of, medieval music. And it's things like, we'll do it here because Dorian is a. Perfect 5th is 8 semitones. Oh god, I never think of, just to give you a little insight into my thinking, I never think in terms of tones and semitones. It's just not, it's really not functional. It's way too much information. It's such a, it seems to not hold very many insights and patterns into him. So that's, I literally have to count. A perfect 5th is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7 semitones. Or 3.5 tones. 1, 2, 3.5. So, yeah. But that doesn't really tell you much. It's complex. Well, it just doesn't give you it doesn't tell you it doesn't tell you very much. It doesn't give you much information. I know that sounds weird. You'll just kind of have to take my word for it. I mean, I could maybe give an example. The fact that these thirds give you information. If you have a fifth, this chord has no quality. Now this chord is major. It's been revealed to be major by this third. It's now revealed to be minor by this third. They're both the thirds. These thirds have a function. If I were to call this the the fourth semitone up versus the third semitone up, it doesn't really, there's no connection between the number 3 and 4. Like, yeah, they're one away from each other, but whatever, that's just as opposed to this being a third and this is also a third. This type of thinking in terms of scale degrees actually serves a function. It gives you useful information. Knowing the number of semitones, like, it's an accurate description, but it's not very helpful. Think about it like this. It's the difference between if you were to think about how a computer works in terms of like bits, just pure bit. Like if you were to just think about like, or I should say like machine code in terms of like binary code, it's like the ability, like, yes, it's at the deepest level, the most specific way of describing what's happening, you know, in your computer. But the amount of information you can get from looking at ones and zeros is like, well, what do you get from it? As you start to go higher up and things become more abstract and less literal, they tend to actually start to hold more meaning to us. But that's just something else. Okay, so back to this. Also, Jean-Michel, take care. Thank you for all the gift subs. So they're starting to, in a formal way, in a structured formal way, try to add more notes, start to play notes together. Sing, I should say, not play, actually, very specifically sing notes together. And so it starts out pretty bare, where you have like fourths and fifths, because they're the same interval, just flipped. What I mean is C to G, if you just go up, it's a fifth. Look, the same colors, the same notes. This is a fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're inverses of each other. Jean-Michel, thank you for gifting another sub, this time to Biox. So if you're going like... Well, okay, we're starting here. Uh-oh. That's no good. How do we fix this? What if we wanted to harmonize things like this in fifths and you could make this F sharp. But what tended to happen instead was to lower and make the B a B flat. And this is a way to make it so you don't have these you don't have a tritone. Why does B to F feel weird? That's the tritone that you mentioned before. That's what And so they would do things like this too. You'd have what's called the cantus firmus. You'd have what would originally be this sung, this chant that'd be like. And what they do is go like, guys, I have this crazy idea. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna do this crazy ass thing with this. You know this chant we got? I'm gonna play each note really slowly and play other notes at the same time. It's like, you get the hell out of here. How dare. If we're starting on D, we never get a tritone. When we have F down here, though, we do. So notes would start to be altered to avoid this interval. It just sounds... In this context, it sounds really bad. It's very unstable. It's like almost a destruction of the most solid interval besides an octave. And again, an octave is almost like you're just playing the same note. So the strongest interval you can get, really, that's like two different notes, is a perfect fifth. And this is just like destroying that perfect fifth. Am I following you? Yeah, in this sense, we're sort of using the notes that are in C major, but if we do that and play notes together, at some point we're going to, like if we play an F at some point, now if we play a B, we get that tritone. So it has to be altered. Now, if you fast forward hundreds of years, we get this, and this tritone sounds amazing in a lot of different contexts. If we go like... Or you start to take advantage of its harmonic function. And you go, we're going to resolve our tritones. Oops. If we go... Here's another tritone. Here's another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. So you can do all sorts of things. They end up being super powerful. Slowly, it took a long time, but more and more you start to be able to see the power in these. For example, if I just have these two notes, I can play nearly any note around these two, and it should work in terms of getting me to C major. So we usually hear it like this. Right, that's a totally like normal sound you're using. Well, what if I play these? And then like, I don't know, just pick another note. Like, you can just pick. There's going to be one note. There are some notes that are going to be trickier to deal with, but you can basically A natural, okay? This is the equivalent of like G9. A flat, that's G7 with a flat 9. This is the one that's tricky, but it can be done. You could go. You could keep picking other notes and you can do something with them. So if you have what are called the guide tones, you can just add all sorts of other stuff too. I mean, none of these notes were in C major. But it still works. So whatever. They eventually learned. You have to try to put it in context that just the idea of like singing more than one thing at a time is like, it's just crazy. I mean, think about it. Like some of the things they'd say, how the hell are you supposed to sing more than one thing at a time? How are you supposed to understand what's going on? And there's like, yeah, I mean, think about trying to listen to multiple conversations. Now, fortunately, with music, it's a little different, but that was kind of the thinking. If you're like, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's a little difficult to follow. I gotta run to the bathroom. I've also been streaming for 4 hours. So I'm not sure how much longer I'll go, but I'll be back. Also, I maybe should have said something like this. In terms of the modes are a little weird. They can be thought of and used in different ways. But you can think about when you're in a mode, your ear is centered around a particular note. And some of the notes might not fit what would be a major or minor scale, is kind of how you could think about it. So like if you do this, if your ear is centered here, because you go like, if you're just using the notes of C major, for example, and these notes are D Dorian. Well, what the hell is the difference between D Dorian and C major or C Ionian? And the difference is that your ear, for other reasons, ends up getting drawn to this as being the place of rest, your home base. Even just that is one way to do it, to already establish things as like, this is where you start and this is where you end. So that's one way to actually use or think about this mode. And you can deviate from it for a bit because there's supposed to be no sharps or flats. Well, you could go like... You can think about them how they relate to chords. When you play a chord like this, minor 6 chord, D minor 6, it's actually the same as B half diminished. It starts to tell you D Dorian. What's up, raccoon? Or you could get Mixolydian. Oh, we should do it like this if we're gonna keep... So... we don't feel like this is at rest. I haven't done anything. In fact, it just feels like we should still go back to this. But if I do this... then you're starting to feel like it's G, but not G major because there's no F sharp. It's G Mixolydian. Tell the mnemonic? I don't think you told me. I'd highly recommend learning the modes without any sort of mnemonic. Modes are not facts to be memorized. Particularly like my ass. I mean, I guess that works. Well, I mean, well, wait a second. P doesn't work. Wait, Ionian, Dorian. Oh, Phrygian. That's right. Yeah, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, and what about Locrian? Laura. I don't particularly like my ass, Laura. Uh, chord progressions. So chord progressions are tricky because chord progressions are what's going to be part of what makes you feel like you're in a mode. So you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't be in D Dorian and say the chord progression I'm going to play is 7 3 4 7. Like you can say that all you want, but if you play 7 3 4 7, here's, if we go up 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, okay, that's this chord. 1 2 3, 1 2 3 4. Okay, so that's this. You can't do that now and go, okay, I'm in D Dorian. It's like you're not. You said that, but you're in C major. No one's gonna hear it in relation to D. You're not Raspberry Jamming. Thank you for the music lesson. Have a great end to your weekend. You are very welcome. Thank you for bringing up this important topic and for another $20 in donations to make it possible. So thank you for supporting the stream, because this stream is listener supported radio. Yeah, so it all shifts. It's even the same as like major and minor to a certain degree. What's the difference between A major and C minor? Now sometimes it can get blurred, but here's how you can think of it. You can think about it sometimes in groups of little groups. Rush E. Yep. 10 tier 3 subs. Yeah. That's right. So, I did these before. So here's one way where you can just quickly sort of say Dorian. You can go 1 7 1. You can go like, now that doesn't automatically say Dorian. You'd need the characteristic interval in there some way, because this is no different than D Aeolian, which is that's different from D minor because we didn't have this. This 5 chord wasn't major. So you can go like, here's D minor. Here's D Aeolian. Play that. I gotta. This was weird. And then here's D Dorian. So we've hit on the characteristic intervals. Again, this has nothing to do with any of them. D is. This is how we kind of got onto this about the tritone. They're all going to have a perfect fifth. So A tells you nothing about what mode you're using. 3 of the modes, so if we take Locrian out of it, 3 of the modes have a major third. 3 of them have a minor third. So that'll give you some information. That's something to use. But this is why I strongly recommend not memorizing your modes. When it comes to music, memorizing anything is really not ideal. It's not very useful to memorize a single thing. Yo, hello, what's up? So Aeolian and minor, again, it's how a person, a lot of this is somewhat subjective in a certain sense, but it's like, if you do this, in D minor, there should be a C sharp. Your 5 chord, A, should be A major. So this progression, 1 4 5 1 should be. That's D minor. If you have a C natural, if you have the same key signature, just 1 flat, B flat. But no C sharp, especially when you... then describing that as D Aeolian is useful and more accurate than saying D minor. D minor. How does it go? I don't... How does the Munsters theme go? Oh. Something like that. Yeah. But here's how I does it? Mark Tremonti, maybe. It doesn't ring a bell, but I'm bad with names. Oh, here's... Oh, okay, from Creed. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. This is one of the ways I'll tell you to try to think about this. Look at the top of this circle. You see that there is a C there. And if you look above it, you see this G clef. For you guys, it's like this. This is so not important. Like that. Like that. That's a backwards G clef. And you see there's nothing around that on those lines because there's no sharps or flats. If you notice, look at the 5 adjacent notes to C. The old one was, well, I had to send it back to the manufacturer and they fixed it. It was broken. Internally, it was broken. So if you look here at C, you can think about it like this. If you look to the left and right, well, clockwise and counterclockwise, if you look clockwise, you see a G. That's one of the, there's two ways we're gonna use this. If we start with G, this gives us one of the modes. G Mixolydian. If we go the other way, counterclockwise, we get F, F Lydian. Oh, adjacent means just right next to it. Then there's still, I would still consider the diagonal ones of the corners adjacent. It's just anything surrounding that slice. We could look at these as pie slices or something. That we could look at it as like areas on a clock. That 12 o'clock spot is where you see C and A. At 1 o'clock, you see E and G. At 11, you see F and D. Those 6 are the 6 modes if you base it off of C major. The ones that have a perfect fifth, not that wacky old tritone one that got us into this conversation in the first place. But don't worry about that right now. Okay, so if you move clockwise, you get G Mixolydian. If you move counterclockwise, you get F Lydian. If you go down, you get A Aeolian. If you if you move clockwise and down, you get E Phrygian. If you move down and counterclockwise, you get D Dorian. Okay? Don't worry about that. That's not really very helpful. It's something. But here's what's really helpful. Here's what's really helpful. Like, and here's why mnemonics are not... Let's say you're able to recite back the modes. That doesn't really help you do anything at all in any way, shape, or form. Let's say you're like, you can even do it really fast. Just like Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, Locrian. It's like, okay. Let's say you can even, let's say you even know this. Let's say you're like, I know Dorian. You take the white keys on the piano and you start on D. You go, okay, play C Dorian. Well, yeah, because what it what it gets at is that what a person's missing from their understanding is actually the important intervals and therefore like how to use it. It's completely different. Well, it's these notes. But here's a way you can think about it. It's C with 2 flats. Yeah, it's like taking, and here's how you can think about it. Well, think about it still in terms of C because that's our neutral spot. So now everything is in terms of C. Okay. If you're in C, and we'll think about the major modes, that means there's a major third. There's 3 of them. C Ionian is just like C major. Now, move clockwise. Just like we did before, move clockwise. And instead of looking and seeing, oh, there's a G there, or there's a little E there, now direct your attention to the key signature. And if you can't read music and stuff, that's one of the reasons why it's helpful to do so. But there's an F sharp. If you move clockwise from where you are, and that's your new key signature, that gives you the Lydian mode. Now move counterclockwise. So go from the 12 o'clock position to the 11 o'clock, and you have one flat, B flat. If you move counterclockwise like this, you get Mixolydian. Well, before we go, so now you could do it this way too. We could move over to G. So let's go to the 1 o'clock position. And if you move, remember, if you move clockwise, it gets you Lydian. So we're adding a C sharp. And there you go. G, 1 o'clock, Lydian, F sharp and C sharp. The same thing, go from 1 o'clock, that we're basically on G, and move counterclockwise. That'll give you Mixolydian, so that's G with no sharps or flats. And you can do the same thing for minor keys. So find your way to C minor, which is at the 9 o'clock position. C Aeolian has 3 flats. That's 9 o'clock. Whoops, it's mixed for you, flipped for you guys. Yeah. Okay, what happens if you move counterclockwise? You add on a flat. You get Phrygian. If you move clockwise, you lose a flat. You now have 2 flats. Like Raccoon said earlier, C with 2 flats, that's C Dorian. It's now A natural. And so what you essentially have, again, is you can take your 7 modes, store Locrian away for a bit, because it doesn't get, it like can't be used, by part of its nature, it can't be used how these other ones, in certain ways that these other ones can. Because again, we're not talking about soloing over chords or whatever. And we find that place, okay, so we take the remaining 6, break them into 2 groups of 3, ones that have a major third, ones that have a minor third. And you find this spot, Ionian, Lydian, whoops, for you guys, Lee, Mixolydian, and then you find C minor, Aeolian, Phrygian, Dorian. And now you can start on any key. It could be A flat. And you can go to A flat, the large one on this. I think that's A flat major. That's what the capital versus lowercase letters are. So now we're actually in the same spot. We're at the 9 o'clock spot. And if you want A flat Lydian, you move clockwise, and you drop one of the flats. So you automatically have A flat, but you now just have B flat and E flat instead of D flat too. So or sorry, you're supposed to start on the 8 o'clock position, my bad. If we add a flat and move to the 7 o'clock position, I don't think about it in clock positions, by the way. That's why I'm trying to translate this in my head. At this point, it's like, this is what I mean by functional. I'm looking down at this and it's like A flat Lydian in some way. It's just and also that corresponds to F Dorian. And that's when it becomes actually useful. C Dorian. Or you could do this thing, C Phrygian. Who helped me with this sort of thing? You can thank Jacob Collier for that. This is what he meant by one of the ways in which he meant by things being brighter or darker. It's all good, Yohis. I didn't take that in a negative way. As you move clockwise, it becomes brighter. You go from C major to C Lydian. As you move counterclockwise, it's darker. C major to C Mixolydian. C minor. Whoops. Moving clockwise, making it brighter, you raise one of the notes. And it becomes C Dorian. Or you move counterclockwise and you lower it and you add another flat. And it becomes darker. And so now it's like there's something you know something about the modes instead of knowing how to recite the modes, because it's a trick. Don't be fooled. It's a trap. There are a lot of things a lot of times information can just be a trap. You can think you know something because you're able to recite part of it, but it's just a trap. I just thought it was funny. No, I was just using that. I was just using that because I thought it was important. Because you can even go through music school and like you can get a degree in music and still not really have this be told to you. I mean, they'll tell you that, Lydian is the 4th scale degree raised, but like having a way to actually use this, like even that's not good enough. You need ways to put things into practice. If not, it's just some idea. It's just some abstract idea. A circle of fifths chart? Sure. I'm just trying to think, like, I've only ever seen one chart. I mean, some of them, the font's different, or maybe there's certain things on it, but every circle of fifths is just the circle of fifths. But, I mean, I mean, maybe there's something drawn onto it or something like that. I'll see what you mean. Okay, I figured it's different. I just thought of that in my head. It's like, what could be different? Like, yeah, just post the link. It's fine. These things I talk about on stream, I talk about from experience, and you have to somewhat trust me when I say this. I mean, always question everything, but at the same time, it's like, make sure you're questioning it in a real way. There's a difference between questioning something and then just being sort of contrarian, but sort of free shit. Okay. I've seen this before in a video. What this is showing you here, this adds on one level. This is one extra level to the Circle of Fifths. Have I done a mukbang on stream yet? I have not. What this is doing here is there's an outer layer to this wheel that is showing your diminished chords. Because this was something we didn't talk about, but the modes directly relate to the chords in a key, and there's a reason why this has to be. If that makes sense, like if you're using the notes in C major and you want to start on D, and that's going to give you D Dorian, well, it's also going to give you the chord in C major, right? Like they're all based on the same. These are like different ways of saying the same thing. But what if you notice in this Circle of Fifths, there is no B adjacent to this C. The only B is really far away because there's something very, this also gets into the idea of why something with a, this is how we kind of, we're getting back to kind of how we got here in the first place. B, if you start there, there's a tritone. So there's something very different about the seventh chord in a key, about the seventh mode in this way. It's why when we do some of the Joy of Music things, I say just stick to the first 6 chords. Don't even worry about this one. It's basically just this chord. But so if we go to this, I'm not sure what is happening here. Well, I mean, I guess I do. It's saying E. Why is it saying E or F? Shouldn't this be F sharp? Or sorry, shouldn't this, wait, what? Hold on. E flat, A flat, G sharp. Wait, E slash F. Wait, what the hell is happening? This should be F flat is what I mean. This should be F flat. It's weird because the F is on the left side of it. I see why that is because it's the flat side, so you'd be coming counterclockwise, just like right here. The B is to the right of the C flat, which is very counterintuitive to me because C comes after B. Again, but it's following the order here. But I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be F flat. I'm actually 100%, but it's supposed to be F flat. Has there been a mukbang stream? No, there has not. So what this is showing you, so this is showing you the chords here. If you're in this key, this is the same way. Yeah, this is your 5 chord. This is your 4 chord, 3, 2, and 6, and this is your 7 chord. And if you look, these chords share. It shows you the modes in the corners. Wait, I don't see anything in the corners unless you have a different image. But So this is, again, this is like this, but it's swapped out. It's like this image over here. The layers, the inner and outer layers are flipped so that you can go from major to minor to diminished. Oh, the corners of the squares? What? Oh, wait. Oh, I see here. I see here. The I, M, L, Y, D, A, P, and L, O. I didn't even see it. Because there's like these like textured shaded things, and it's sort of, whoops, wait, what the hell? It's like, here, M, I, but these are ways, you know, really though, what you really, really, really would like to do, what you'd really like to do is put this stuff to use. I can't stress that enough. It's the only way. It's the only way to actually make it functional. So, I mean, at some point, you know, when it comes to knowing something, you have to be introduced to it. You're not really going to know it, but you're introduced. Then at some point, you do like have to memorize it, but it's just to. I like stressing. This is one major point I like stressing, which is don't let yourself fall into that trap. Have you ever seen diminished chords being used in the circle? I have. I've seen this. I don't know where you found it, but I saw a video that used this before. It had it in this way with the diminished chords on the outside. So I don't know if you saw it in a YouTube video or something initially. But you want to be able to use any of this stuff. It doesn't even have to do with modes necessarily. You did? Okay, yeah, I want we maybe watched the same video. So you want to use these things and go and like put these things into practice. Again, one of the examples I like using is modulating, because that's one where you can. It's really easy to fall into a trap of knowing like, oh, if I just play this chord, that's how you modulate, but like, kind of. But there's more to it. It's like, okay, so actually play and modulate in a real way. It's just, guys, all this stuff is just like speaking a language. It's not sufficient to memorize vocabulary or rules. I mean, you got to do some memory. You got to know the stuff, but then you actually have to put it into practice. If not, you learn this stuff and then you go to speak with someone and you're like, you can't understand them and you can't formulate sentences. So it's the same thing here. The Circle of Fifths, your whiskey tasting club. Very nice. I like that. Answer the question of the day. Oh, this is something you never thought you'd be able to learn? With that you can use a PC sound card to display patterns on a CRT or TV with RCA port. I did not know that. Sorry, it can be difficult to talk about these things and then also read certain things. And then even when I read them, it's difficult. It's even more difficult or sometimes impossible to actually address because, well, I can't say two things at once. So what you have to do with all of this is you have to actually play it on your instrument. You have to do something with it. or else it's just it's well, it's trivial. It's trivia. It's just music trivia. And so if you want to know about the modes, you actually have to play in the modes. And the thing that's nice is the more you do this stuff, the more connections you see between these things, so that all these sorts of things start to link together. You've had a maximum of 4.5 wavelengths of resolution. Wait, I don't know what that means. Wavelengths of resolution. Wavelengths of resolution. I think I'd have to see it to get at what you're. Are you saying you're actually? I'm getting the image of like an oscilloscope. Because I'm trying to think about what I mean, you could translate information. Display patterns. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what the patterns. It's kind of like an oscilloscope. Okay, yeah, but I guess you don't get to control the parameters, like. So the information gets sent there, but it's like not junk information, but clearly unintended information. So it's reading it as if it was reading video information, but it's actually sound. And giving you, it's going to give you some picture, like it's going to be something. It's input. Yeah, put it in Discord. I can look. Man, there's so much here. Even if I'm playing this, or if I go, let me do this. There's so many ways to look at this. And this is what I mean by automatic. Or an F major. You have to know just B flat. But you don't even want to think about it. You don't want to go, where is it? The 11 o'clock position on the circle of fifths. That means it's but then this sound is simultaneously something like D flat Lydian, but he actually keeps going. I'm just thinking of this. But it's also your minor 4 chord. It's B flat minor. Dorian, right, we said before, because it's a minor 6 chord and it's in this inversion. Well, it's actually in this inversion. And if we do it like this, it's a minor major chord. And so there's all sorts of things happening all at once, and none of them are consciously processing all of them is too slow. If we were to sort of do like the same thing, Calt Machine, hello. Welcome in. Like, oh man, there's just too much stuff. So I played, I'm like playing these notes. Okay. You guys can't see. What's also special about this? There's so many ways to think about this. There's this sense of D flat Lydian. That sound is there. There's also this B flat minor. Which you guys know, or B flat minor major. But if you actually look at it here and we rearrange these notes in some way, if this instead of being D flat is C sharp, we have, and we go, we actually have the notes for an A7 chord. And we could add this on for a flat 9 and a flat 13, which would go to D minor in some way, bro. And so it links up a B flat chord somehow with an A major chord. And it's just one more just little connection between things. All right, what do you think? It's been almost 5 hours, so I've actually eaten very little today. I'm trying to do. Maybe it's DSD. I am not the most tech savvy person. Okay, show and tell. Oh, wow. That's actually not what I was expecting. I expected the signal to be way less uniform. Way less, regular, maybe I should say. I expected it to be closer to just noise. Although maybe it shouldn't look like noise if it's... if the input isn't close to noise. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I play the ending song? I'm going to. Hello, broda. Broda. Hello, broda. PCM. See, I'm not tech savvy, and I I haven't spent enough time learning the actual terms to, translate the language, I guess you could say. Need a couple of mnemonics. I mean, for this stuff, it is better. The thing that's so tricky about music, the thing that makes music so different from most other things in life, is that it happens in time. Even visual art and stuff, because I was going to make the similarity, I was like, well, art, it's actually different from that. It happens in real time. And it happens in time. The closest thing, again, is definitely language. I mean, it's just so similar to a spoken language. You don't have the luxury of thinking when you do music stuff. Like you need information, and you need to know it in a certain way, and you need to know it at a certain level of depth in your mind and your body and your soul. Because you just don't have to. You can't be playing this. I can't be like what's the chord that comes next? It's like, what? What? It's gone. You missed it. It's late. It's too late. It's too late. It's done. It's gone. It's gone. And it's gone. It's just gone. If you didn't know G minor that fast, if you didn't know G minor instantaneously, it's too slow. It's too late. You don't get a cheat sheet. You don't get note cards. You don't get notes. No pun intended. You need to know all the information. It needs to be beyond memorized. It needs to be internalized. It's tough. Each sample rate is either 0 or 1. A really steep filter. Steep filter. Oh man, I wish I could. I'd have to ask way more questions, but I can't have it just be the stream be about just that. I mean, what it sounds to me like, because I know what sample rate it is, and it sounds like at any one moment you're either getting, well, it is quite literally binary, so you either get one thing or another, and that, I guess, having it set up this way will give you a regular pattern of some sort. It has to. I don't know. But it's... Okay. I'm going to play the ending song. Again, if you enjoyed the music, the guitar, the singing, the talking about creativity, talking about tritones, modes, any of this stuff, and you'd like to help support the stream, it would be greatly, 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 greatly appreciated. And if you've never subscribed before, for this month you get 25% off subscribing. So there's really no better time than now. And And subs are a great form of support in the sense that they're, although Twitch takes a cut, they're the only form of recurring support. But heart emotes are free. Thanks for the hearts and penguins. Thanks for the claps. Looks like there were some lurkers. You can click. Thanks, Broda. I can't say this name without just feeling like I'm doing an accent. Broda. Broda? I'd have to like ultra Americanize it. Broda. Broda. Adam, speaking of the Guitar Festival, I'm getting text. Whoops, emergency shit. Adam's texting me about some, what's it called? Some promotion stuff. I can't believe it's gonna be less than 2 months away. I can't believe I'm starting. Oh my god, I'm kind of anxious. I'm starting school in a few days. So I don't know what that no was in reference to. Okay, so that's a poorly timed ad. Oh, I'll find someone to raid. see if they're still going. Okay, they're still going at least for a little bit, because it looks like they're in the middle of the song. Okay, we're raiding the Tangerine Club. Axel and Cynthia. It's been a long time since I've had the ability to raid them. Axel, the person who does guitar and sings and piano and stuff, is a very talented musician and a nice guy, and loves yerba mate. So what's it? Okay, I just got an invite to a Halloween party. All right. Thank you all for. Yes, you heard that right. Broda, thank you for the 4-month resub right at the last second. Next stream, if you remind me, I can do a song request for you. But thank you for the support. I do have to run for now. It's been 5 hours, but let's go say hey to Axel and Cynthia. And I will see you guys on Sunday. Take care, everybody.